older. You guys know my puppy Zuko. He's kind of a dachshund, so I love this one. Let me demonstrate. So you set this down. You got your wine, and boom! Look how cute this one is. It's a little egg chair, and I can put any little toy I want in there. Right now, I have this bedazzled pink duck, but look how cute! This next one is actually really useful. It's this pink shelf, and I put my mini Funko Pops on there. How cute is this? My 3D prints. Thanks, guys.
You better leave a nice comment. My fiance wants to show you her favorite 3D prints.
Sad because there's so much history here. Not Declaration of Independence type history, but painting history. I've been curious if you take a sander and sand down the wall, and you can see all the layers of paint to be done. I've never used this before, but there's a button right now. Flicking stuff in my face. That is a question. Is it melting? Okay, wait, I got under it. I think I need to take this mirror off because it's I took a good peek. My husband had to help me. I write that down. All right, I got everything. Because there's so much history.
System down here. Oh no.
fault, so he's just super solid and he backs it up with the first aggressive shot. So if you play a shorter return, you're again on your back foot. So it's really, really fun to play. You cannot attack his first serve. You can try to read it, block it, chip it, get it back in play. Very unpredictable serve, great variety, great balance, great pop. He's using his height extremely well. Also, second serve very deep in the box. A lot of rotation. He can go for speed. He doesn't make many double faults. So he's just super solid and he backs it up with the first aggressive shot. So if you play a shorter return, you're again on the back. So it's really good.
Wanting money can be unhealthy, but I also think it can be a good thing. That completely depends on where you're at as a person and your intention for having and wanting more money. You might have an intention. We want more money because we think that it's going to make
Good evening, student. That everyone is doing well this evening. Am I audible? Grace, thank you, Fancy. Thank you, Tiamo. Okay, I can see that the numbers are increasing. So I'm just going to give students another 2 minutes and then we will start officially. Okay, we are now at 6:02. I'm just giving in another minute for students to just come in and join. Okay, once again, good evening, students. I hope that you all are doing well this evening. So I just wanted to get a little bit of feedback in terms of how did it go with test 3? So I have a poll for you all. Please just maybe indicate how did it go for you. Obviously, you all don't have results as yet. So yeah, just try and answer it to the best of your ability in terms of how do you feel like you wrote. Okay, I can see that 16% is good and 52% is just okay so far. I've got 26 responses. If you can please just try to interact, and then at least I can know how it went. But anyone wants to come in, your mics are not disabled from my side, so anyone wants to come in to share what was their feelings on test 3? How did it go? Jackson, Lawrence, you want to tell us how did it go? Offense? Oh my goodness. One of the students is saying that they don't really remember how it went, but it was about 15 days ago. I'm sure you guys must be then focusing then on the exams. I mean, not the exams, on the integrated test 4. Okay. So we are busy still marking test 3, as you'll know. And I know that you guys are focused on test 4, which is good. I think you guys definitely I think I had a few consultations where students did tell me that they already started after they wrote test three. As soon as they wrote test three, then they already started with test four preparations. So which I think is very good. It's always good to get the ball rolling. Um, I honestly, so far, from what I'm marking, I see a lot of problems with exam technique, which I am a little bit worried about, but not so worried because exam technique, I wouldn't say it's an easy fix, but I can assure you that it is something that can be worked on. Um, you know, the thing is that if you actually fail a test or an exam and it's based on exam technique, it's something that you are able to get right. You don't need a year to get exam technique right. Whereas, for example, if you are struggling with your foundations or of your principles within a standard, then that's a problem. That sometimes might not be able to be as quickly, um, you won't be able to recover that from as quickly as from example, exam technique, you know. So I think that was a very, very big problem. I want to ask if you all can see my slides. Is it visible? Can anyone tell? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you for confirming that. Just quickly check the chat before I proceed. Here we go. I'm going to stop sharing and then I'm just going to share again. Okay, so what are we going to cover? We're going to cover exam technique. We're going to go through a few questions that I'm going to be giving you. So the questions that has been developed basically stems from the common errors that I have picked up, that we have picked up during the marking process. And we thought that this is the most beneficial way forward in addressing the mistakes that were commonly made within the test. And obviously, by identifying these mistakes, we can help you to be able to learn from them. And then, going forward, you will be able to understand your mistakes, and then going forward, you will be able to rectify them. Okay. So this is a bit of a scary slide because I can tell you that it shocked me not once, not twice, but a couple of times. And I'm saying that because it was not one student that did this, but it was a few students that actually did this. So I had a student that had 7 pages worth of calculations. Other students had 5 pages worth of calculations. Other students had 3 full pages full of calculations, but it doesn't matter how many pages of calculations and workings there was. However, the student didn't even disclose not one line item. So they had the full statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income. They had the whole structure, they had the revenue, they had cost of sales, they had workings, absolutely no references whatsoever. In other cases, they would just be 5 or 7 pages full of workings and absolutely no disclosure at all. So I think it's very, very important that from now that we understand that this one crucial exam technique, SAICA implements it as well. The reason why we stress on this so much is because we could actually pass you all. We could pass you all now in test 3, test 4, the exam, and then you sit in for the IAC exam and you're like, but I don't understand. Why did I not pass the IAC? you know, and it comes down to simple exam technique. Okay. So as I said, this is a scary one for me, but it is definitely, we can actually work on this. And is there any student that wants to um, come through, like, just with regards to this? And yeah, is there any student that wants to voice their opinion on this? Okay. As I said, I want this to be an interactive class. We're going to be writing now test 4. Yes, Offense. Please come through.
Evening, ma'am. I hope you're
Yes,
well.
good evening, Offense. I hope you're doing well this evening.
Thank you. I think for me, it was more of time than not actually doing the disclosure. So by the time I realized that there's like 5 minutes left, I was like, yo, I'm not going to get to the disclosure. Let me rather
Yeah.
do the other question to just get
Yes.
a few marks. So yeah,
Yes.
I don't think it was intentional, but it was
Yes.
just because of time, and there were quite a lot of calculations to get through.
Yes, 100%. Thank you so much. You gave me a very, very good, um, you gave me a very good explanation of what exactly you did in your test 3. And it does, I thought that that could be one of the reasons. But if you are in a case like that, offense, and this is advice for all of the students. If you are in a case like that and you have 5 minutes left, what you do is you quickly just put down your references. Even if it's like depreciation, you just quickly put C5 there. You put it in the disclosure. You quickly put that amount there. Whatever you calculated, even if it's a carrying amount, you quickly put that into the disclosure, just so that we know that if we can see that you are running out of time. But the thing is that I can't mark all of those calculations that you did if there is no disclosure. So I think if you do run out of time, and with regards to time management, it's really, really important, and it's something that students just generally struggle with. But I think that is something that you can work on yourself as well. And I think that, when you are busy doing your questions, please try to stick to your time in your questions. Yes, Wengai, come through, please.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, good, thanks, and you?
Good, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, I heard you mentioning that you need to put something, a reference on the disclosure. So in
Yes.
an instance that I'm running out of time and most
Wengai,
of
can you
people,
please maybe just speak up a little bit? For some reason, I can't hear you so clearly. I'm just putting my volume up on my side. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. I think I'm not sure if he'll. Okay, Mafanelo, come through,
Evening,
sir.
ma'am. How are you?
Good evening. Good, thanks, and you. Much better. I can hear you.
All right, great. So just a reflection on test 3, how I
Yes,
found it. On my
yes,
side, yes, it was a lot of calculations, but what assisted me was actually um referencing the calculations as I go on addressing each question. So if maybe I'm
excellent.
calculating depreciation, I'll actually
Yes,
put in bracket working 1 and then go on
yes,
to the following page to say this is working 1. So in that way,
yes,
that's how I link both my calculations with the solution. And then
yes,
I just want to also touch
100%.
on time management. That's
Yes,
something that I also struggled with because I didn't stick on the time of allocated to each question simply because one
right.
gets carried away when doing the question, so you end up going over
Yes,
time, and then the next
yes,
thing you know, it's 5 minutes left, and then you're
uh,
trying to rush through and obtain the easy
exactly,
marks. So
exactly.
that's how I found the paper.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for the tips on that as well. That's a very, very good exam technique tip. While you are busy doing your calculations, you quickly reference. You do those references and then you draw up your structure. And as you are going along, you are busy putting in those references with the amounts that were calculated. Very, very good. Thank you so much for that advice as well. Yes, Samuel and then Wengai, in that order, please. Samuel, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, hello.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask you, so if it's not referenced, but it has been under the calculations, it's not going to be automatically marked.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Ma'am, if we put the calculation at the bottom of let's say, all the disclosures, right?
Yes.
Then if we don't reference it, then we don't get a mark for the calculations.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if there is no disclosure of your calculations, then you won't get the mark. So just say, for example, you have depreciation and you have it as 127,019 or whatever the case is. I go back and I try to see where's your calculation for the 127,029. As soon as I can see that I'm happy, but I emphasize references very much because sometimes a marker might be marking, they could miss it, be prone to human error, and therefore I always encourage students to always reference their calculations. However, if you do not have a calculation that is referenced, but it is within the disclosure, you will still get your marks, provided that we can trace it back to your calculations. Are you covered, Samuel?
Not 100%, but I actually get you what you're actually talking about. Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. Wenkai, please come through, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I hope
Yes.
I'm audible now.
Yes.
All right. I was saying, in respect of referencing, you're saying
Yes.
the amount needs to be referenced, right? So
yes.
in a case that I'm running out of time and
Yes.
I've done the calculation, and
Yes.
maybe on my calculations I've actually labeled it to say calculation 1, C1.
Yes. Yes.
So if I quickly go to the face of the maybe profit or loss statement, then
Yes.
I write like to say finance cost C1 and
Yes.
not put any amount in the rand column. Would I
Yes.
would you go and mark the C1 calculation?
Yes, I will go and mark the C1 calculation.
All right,
I
thank
will.
you.
I prefer that you don't do that. I really highly I strongly suggest that you always put the amount with your reference. But if you are running out of time and you end
Yes.
up doing that, I will go back and I will go and check your C1 calculation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem, Wengai. Okay, so let us look at, we're going to actually start with exam technique. Now looking at the way that I've structured this debrief, it's a bit different compared to how previous debriefs have been done. So previously what we would have done is we would have read through the entire question and then, basically highlighting amounts that students struggled with, but I'm taking a different approach this time. And I'm going to, from the common mistakes that I've identified so far, I have then came up with a few questions and we will go through the common mistakes. And by asking those questions, we can assess your knowledge again in terms of the common mistakes that have been made within test 3. Okay, so let us look at the first one. I'm just gonna have this slideshow. Okay, going back to Teams. Okay, please, if you can answer the following poll. Does everyone have access to the polls that is it showing on your screen? Can I just have a thumbs up, acknowledgement, anything? Bengai, is it on your screen? Fancy, thank you.
Yes, I can see, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Bengai. I have 41 responses so far. I just want the responses to increase, guys. This is really, really going to assist you in test 4. And remember that test 4 is an integrated test, which is simulating the IAC and as well as your exam. I'm giving it another minute. Okay, a student calculated depreciation on building 1 correctly and inserted only the final figure of 143029 into other operating costs on the face of the statement. With no supporting calculation anywhere on the script, and the amount is not according to the memo. Sorry, so that was a mistake on my side. So it was done in the building 1 incorrectly because it's not according to the memo. What is the most likely marking outcome? And I can see that 90% of the students that have responded has responded correctly. This is no marks at all. This is no marks at all because if you do not show any of your calculations, I cannot see how did you get to this amount. It is possible, and I have been, it has been proven that sometimes students can get an amount by using the incorrect means to be able to get an amount. Okay. I have seen this previously many times in CTA papers. And I can assure you that if you do not have calculations for your amounts, that we will not give you the marks for that. Okay. Let us then proceed to the slides. So the answer is that there will be no marks given to you at all. Now let's go to the next one. I thought that was self-explanatory. For the rest, that is a little bit more complicated. I would then be giving you additional guidance on that. So why is part A and part B not the same task, or basically why are they not the same required? So a student correctly calculated the lay and deferred tax in part B as 129,600, but only wrote the number. There was no discussion. Why were most of the marks still lost? Okay, I'm going to close the poll that I just gave now, and I want you to think about this. I'm just going to launch it. Okay, it's really good. I'm getting very good responses. Please, can you, if the poll is visible on your side, if you can please answer it. I think sometimes there is also a time delay in what I receive on my side as well, in terms of the number of responses as well. This is also, as I mentioned the first slide, about the student that had, for example, 7 pages, 5 pages. That was a very that was bad exam technique, but this falls also under exam technique as well. So if we could just get some responses on this, on the polls. I can see it's increasing. And the reason why, as I said, this is really important because it's also going to help you again in your exam technique for test 4 as well as the exam. Okay, the answer is, let's read this together. A student correctly calculated the deferred tax liability on land in Part B as 129,600, but only wrote the number with absolutely no discussion. The student also in Part A correctly included the 470,400, the revaluation surplus net of tax in other comprehensive income. Why did the student still lose most of the marks in Part B? And the answer is because Part A basically rewards correct figures in the financial statements, while Part B rewards critical discussion. Identifying what the accountant did wrong, explaining why the accountant was wrong with regards to the standard, and then showing the correct calculation. Remember that we are going to also go into detail with regards to critical evaluation. And what do you actually need to discuss in terms of a critical evaluation of whatever has been given to you, whether it be journals, whether it be a presentation, whether it be a note from the financial statements. You have to use your critical thinking skills in order to be able to identify what is wrong, why is it wrong in terms of the standard, and what is the possible solution for the correct accounting treatment of that particular aspect. Okay, is everybody okay with what I've discussed? Yes, Ofensi, thank you. Thank you for this engagement. Yes, Ofensi. Okay, are you sure? Are you saying that it's fine? Okay, I've got another question for you that I didn't put on the polls. But what if, for example, I am marking your part A of your question, and for part A, you have the carrying amount of the building one as 3,112,200. And I'm telling you this because I probably learned that memo off by hand now because the amount of times that I'm going back to the memo busy and I'm busy marking. So I can tell you those amounts off by hand. But if I have the carrying amount as 3,112,200, and then I haven't done anything with that in terms of depreciation. Okay, so I didn't take that amount and divide it by the 294 months. And then what I do is in part B, I have the correct carrying amount. Okay, I have the correct carrying amount of building one. In part B, will I be given the marks for the carrying amount of building one? Yes or no? Can you just give me a cross or a tick? I don't know if it's visible on my side, on your side, I mean. Anyone wants to come through on that one? Sipokasi? Grace? Fanelo? Why are you also quiet today?
Can you please repeat the scenario, ma'am?
Okay, so in part A, I have the carrying amount of building one, and I've got the related depreciation of building one. Say the building one's depreciation is 127,000. Okay. Now, I don't disclose that 127,000 at all, but in part B, again, I mention that building one has a depreciation in 2026 of 127,000. Because I didn't disclose it in part A, do you think that in part B, I would be allocated the marks for the 127,000 in part B?
I think if you had disclosed it in on part A, and then it will be method marking for if you disclosed it the same amount in part B. But since you didn't disclose, and then now it comes as a new figure under part B, and then I think it should be granted.
Okay, it's not. You know why it's not? Because it's two separate requireds. For the first required in part A, we are dealing with the presentation of statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income. In part B, we are dealing with a critical evaluation of the deferred tax that AI, artificial intelligence, has prepared. So because we are dealing with two different types of, I would say, requireds, then I will not be able to give you any marks in part B for the amount that you did not disclose in part A. Are we clear on what I just said? Students? Okay. Offense? Yes. Nosile? Okay, thank you so much for that confirmation, right? Okay. Now let's look at IFRS 18, classifying line items on the face of the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income. Now, when you're looking at IFRS 18, you need to understand the full structure of the statement. While I was busy marking, I could see that students really struggled with the structure of the statement. They were very confused. Almost none of the students had the income from investing activities. I would say only a handful of students actually had the categories, investing activities, the financing activities, as well as the other operating activities. Okay, so I think it's very, very crucial that you guys have sound knowledge of the IFRS 18 standard. I could see that a lot of students struggled with the structure of the IFRS 18 standard. And does any student want to come through on this? Did you guys not really study the IFRS 18 portion, or what happened exactly with IFRS 18? Anyone wants to give me some kind of an indication what happened with IFRS 18? Come on, guys! When I was lecturing for test 3, you guys were really, really interactive. Please. What's going on, guys? Eunice? Yes, Offense.
Hi, ma'am. I think
Hi.
for me, with the old standards, I think the illustrative examples, you were able to get a disclosure for like for the income statement for for the function and for the nature. So now
Yes.
with the new one, and because for test one, the lecturer had told us that they are slowly introducing IFRS 18. I didn't think it would be tested like now.
Yeah.
So I think I didn't go through it, and I saw that I'm going to struggle if I spend too much time trying to find in the standards the difference. I'm gonna spend a lot of time. So yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for for that honesty, offense. I really do appreciate it. I think you know, that honesty really goes a long way, because I think 90% of the students were were in a similar boat. And I can tell you that IFRS 18 is definitely going to be assessed. It's part of your assessment. It's part of the standards that will be examinable by us as well as ICA. So I think even if it's you know, just a day or 2 days to go through the IFRS standard, to be able to understand the IFRS 18 standard, I think it will really help you. Because remember, the IFRS 18 standard is about the preparation of your financial statements. And if you're going to see IFRS 18, that is a requirement within your assessments, you guys are really going to feel overwhelmed and anxious at the same time. And I don't want that to happen in test 4 or the exam. Wengai, you can go ahead, and after Wengai, it will be Mafanelo. Thank you. Wengai?
Yes, ma'am. Just a comment here,
Yes.
based on your question. Yeah, I think the
Right.
same happened also to me. I
Right.
didn't quite start the IFRS 18, and what
Yes.
happened to me, it was even worse because I didn't know where to put things. But
Right.
I remembered that there's actually a split that we need to do in the presentation of the statement of profit and loss.
Yes.
I had split it in three categories, which is
Right.
operating, investing,
And
and
financing.
financing. Yes,
Yes.
but yeah, that one it messed up with my thinking process.
Yes. No,
Yeah, so I
definitely.
ended up not finishing the paper and just all over the paper.
Oh,
But
okay.
I had
Yes.
not,
Can
yeah,
you see? Yeah.
I had not gone through it. So
Right.
I would kindly ask you to help us in terms of the structure. Is there any structure that we can see
Yes.
in the standard IFRS 18 where
Yes.
they structured the statements?
So you can see it in the illustrative examples. The illustrative examples will show you some kind of structure in terms of IFRS 18, but you can also have a look at what is structured within your learning units. You can have a look at the structure here. You can have a look at the structure that is in the suggested solution within test 3. And remember that those are guiding points. Remember, it won't be sometimes the full structure, but it's guiding points to be able to help you to construct a full statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive income.
Okay. No, thank you. I'll definitely do that.
Thank you so much. And please, all students, if you guys can please do that for me before you go and write test 4, make sure that you have a book or a note on your tablet or on your laptop to be able to be like, when it comes to IFRS 18, this is how I need to disclose IFRS 18. Mafanelo, and then I saw that Pat's hand was up as well. Mafanelo?
Yes, ma'am. I just also would like to comment on test 3 regarding
Yes.
IFRS 18. So my
Right.
biggest challenge, I had also not went through it, but I could remember the structure. But my struggle was wording it. I was not sure if I should word it, and like giving to word it as it should be per FRS 18. So that was my biggest challenge. I had the idea that yes, investment activities should be coming before the finance cost. So
Yes.
my struggle was, how do I actually word it on the face of the statement comprehensive of income. So that was my challenge when I wrote test 3.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So Mafanelo, even if you look at the standard, at the actual IFRS 18 standard, it guides you in terms of the terminologies that you can use for the statement. But remember, as I also mentioned to Wengai, look at the guide within your learning unit, look at the guide within your learning unit questions, as well as this questionnaire. It will give you a solid guide in terms of going forward for IFRS 18. Yes, Samuel?
Well, now I remember how I actually struggled with this IFRS 18 on the test.
Yes.
And I actually had this Part B book with me on the test. So I was actually
Yes.
going through these illustrations, but it wasn't actually showing off the other comprehensive income. That's why I actually struggled.
It didn't show you the portion of the other comprehensive income.
Yeah, so like I have to rephrase myself. How was actually the other comprehensive income was actually looking like instead of actually going through
Oh,
this illustrative examples there.
yes, yes. But remember that in the illustrative examples are drawn up according to what information is given. So, for example, if there is no other comprehensive income, if, for example, there's no revaluation on land, for example, though that will go through OCI, right? If there's no revaluation on land, then there wouldn't be an other comprehensive income section. So it just depends on the items that have been given within the illustrative example, and that's probably why the OCI portion was not there. But just, this also comes back to the previous knowledge that you have. Remember that always within the statement of profit loss and other comprehensive income, you always had the OCI portion there as well. So there was no differentiation in, for example, saying that previously the IS1 standard had OCI and now it doesn't have OCI. So it's just coming from that.
Yeah, so that was the only point I was actually wasting my time on looking for the OCIs in these examples here.
Yes. But thank you for sharing
Thank you,
that,
ma'am.
Samuel. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that as well. Yes, sorry, Pat. You were actually supposed to come in before Samuel, but please go ahead, Pat.
Evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Okay, my experience with IFRS 18 is that
Yes.
okay, so I would say I didn't go through it, but I had the
Right.
idea as well. So
Right.
I had the idea, but my confusion was because now
Right.
I realized as time goes that actually it's not as different from IS1. So
Yeah.
but my confusion was okay. When I was presenting,
Right.
the problem was the exam technique, I would say, because I knew that I wouldn't be able to finish. So my fight was which technique should I use to obtain the most marks out of it? Because the fact that if I just put an amount, it won't be a mark, and if I
Yeah.
put workings and not present, I'm not really answering the required. You see,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that was my, I would say, challenge because I knew how to do it, but the time was the
Yes.
problem.
Yes, yes, no, definitely. But thank you so much for your honesty with regards to that. And I think it's a very common problem amongst all students with regards to just the time management as well. And I think that also in a way gives you a little bit of guidance in terms of, okay, so as soon as I'm done with test 3, I can actually go back and I can sit and I can say, okay, so what have I struggled with regards to test 3, even though sometimes my knowledge was sound of IFRS 18, for example, whether it be IS 40, whether it be IS 16. If I am struggling with time management, I sit down, I do not have any distractions near me, I do not have my phone near me, and then or any types of distractions, right? And then you actually sit down and you try to attempt the question. And the most important thing with time management that I would say is the fact that you never ever look at the solution. You never ever look at the solution. Yes. But thank you so much for that, Pat. That was really good. That was really good insight from you as well. Okay, so the next person is Nkosi Yenzi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have
Good
a
evening.
question in terms.
Yes.
Oh, yes, good evening. I have a question in terms of the allocation of the mark. Like, let me say, for example,
Yes.
as you've said, most students didn't put in the income from investments. Let me say maybe they put
Yes.
it as other income. Would they still get the
Yes.
mark for the
They would.
calculations, or they'll just because it's in the wrong place?
They would still get the marks for that. They would still get the marks because we are giving the marks based on the principle from the standard. And then remember that IFRS 18 is then tested separately. So for example, if you have 300,000 under under income from activities, I would still allocate for you the full 1 mark. Are we covered on that, Ngozi?
Yes, we are. Thank you so much.
Okay, it's only a pleasure. It's only a pleasure. Okay, let's go then to the next slide. Okay, so this is another question. It is something that students again got wrong. Investment property fair value increased by 300,000 during the year. Under IFRS 18, which category must this sit in? Okay, so before I launch this, I am going to take Larato's hand. Larato, welcome. Yes.
I'm sorry, it was a mistake.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. Let's quickly launch this here. Pat, I acknowledge your hand. You can go ahead, Pat, while I put the poll up.
Okay, sorry. I had a question about the
Mhm.
presentation. So if I was
Yeah.
to, let's say, not present the amount, the final figure that I wrote as a working because of time constraints, I won't get a mark for the workings.
Yes, you won't get the mark for the workings. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so where does the investment property go into? I think this is an easy one, but I saw that students, I would say from what I've been marking, I would say that 85% of students did not get this right. Or they didn't actually mention what category it's coming from. They just wrote other income. Okay, I can see the responses are going up, which is good, very good. I want a few more responses, please. Let's try to get at least 60% of responses from students. Okay, we're almost reaching that bar. Okay, so it goes under the investing category as income from investing activities. Why is that so? So if you look at the operating category, right? A common error that students do is that the students normally will default to operating for anything that looks basically like a normal remeasurement. But we must remember that investment property is basically generating investment returns, not the entity's main operating activity. Okay, so the correct answer will be B. IFRS 18 requires income and expenses from assets that generate a return individually and largely independent of other resources such as investment property at a fair value. Why can it not be C? It cannot be. It's not a financing activity because financing relates to what's financing? Finance relates to how basically the entity raises capital and not investment returns. And why can it not be D? Because it cannot be OCI, because OCI is if fair value gains on investment property go to P&L and not to OCI. Yes, Wengai, your hand is acknowledged. You can go through.
Sorry, ma'am. I wanted to mention a principal problem on my side there on the
Yes.
investment property, but I see you have touched it
Okay.
along when you're saying that the fair value will go through the P&L. I just need you to help me in terms of the clarity on the principle for IS
Okay.
40. Yeah,
Yes.
with respect to the accounting policy, maybe
Yes.
for the investment property, if it's being held through fair value and also what's the other model?
Cost. It's either cost or
Yeah,
fair value
yes,
model.
yes, cost versus fair
Yes.
value. There, I'm
Yes.
having a confusion in my head in terms of the
Yes.
treatment of the fair value.
Yes.
Where we need to take it to P&L and
Yes.
in other instance,
Yes.
where we need to take it to OCI.
Yes. Okay. So Wengai, a very good question. I hope everyone has heard Wengai's question. Remember, when it comes to investment property under IS 40, we never ever deal with OCI. We don't deal with OCI when it comes to investment property. Investment property, the fair value gains, the fair value losses all go to P&L. Okay? When it is under the fair value model. Now, when it's under the cost model, it's kind of treated the same as an I-16 PPE item. So there's going to be depreciation on the cost model, right? On the fair value model, there is no depreciation. There's only a revaluation increase or a revaluation decrease. Are we okay with that, Wengai?
Yes, we are together.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that question, Wengai. Right. Let us go to the next. Can you see, like, as we are working through these questions, that other questions would pop into your mind and you would think, okay, but I did this wrong. What else could I have done wrong within a similar setting or a similar scenario? Where is my knowledge lacking? Where is their knowledge gap? Where can I try to fill that knowledge gap in? Okay. Okay, the next one is land and investment property increased in value this year. One movement is a revaluation surplus in OCI, which is net of tax. The other is a fair value adjustment in P&L, which decides which is which. Okay, let me close the poll and let me launch this one here. Is it launched? Wengai, can you see it on your side?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. Wow, guys, excellent. Okay, guys, I'm still waiting for responses. I want to get at least a 60% response on this poll, please. Okay. Okay, I've got 60% of the responses, and the answer is C. The correct answer is C. If you're looking at the size of the gain, which determines which treatment applies, that is incorrect. Size is irrelevant. The applicable standard depends on basically how the asset is used or held, not the rand value of the movement. Now, if you're looking at land investment property are always treated identical because both are properties, that is incorrect. Just a property, it's not the classification test. The C is the correct answer because land is owner occupied and held for future use. Now, IAS 16's revaluation model routes the gain through a revaluation surplus in OCI, which is the net of the deferred tax effect. IAS 40's fair value model, basically the gain or the loss is in P&L, which I've just explained now. And this is incorrect. Only the investment property is taxable, which is why it goes to OCI. That is incorrect because it goes through P&L. Is there any questions on that? Okay. Let us go to the next slide. Now, this lease liability, what do you guys think of the leases question in the exam? Lunga? What
Hi,
do you
ma'am. How
think
are
of the
you?
leases question? Hi, Lunga. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, ma'am. I wanted to actually ask a question in relation to the previous poll.
Yes, please go
Yes,
ahead.
yes. I wanted to find out in terms of the land,
Yes,
for it to be revalued at revaluation mode.
yes.
I wanted to find out, is it necessary for it to be owner occupied as per the first sentence?
Yes, it must be owner occupied property in order for it to be classified under IAS 16.
Okay.
Yes, it must be owner occupied property. Good question, Lunga.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. And then what did you think of the leases question, Lunga?
The leases question, ma'am, I am
Yes.
actually trying to remember, but I think it was more of an operation lease, right?
It's a what?
It
It
was
was
an
a finance
operation
lease.
lease.
It was
It was
a
a finance lease.
finance lease. Yes, it was a
Oh,
finance
yeah.
lease, yes.
Yeah, to be honest, ma'am, I actually forgot the details
Okay.
around the finance lease, yes. However,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Okay, no,
Yes.
that's fine. That's fine. Dennis, I see a laughing face there. How was the leases question, Dennis?
No, man, it was good, man.
It is
Compared
good.
to compared to what you taught us in
Yes.
class, that question
Yes.
was quite good.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. I'm glad.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm really glad with regards to that. Okay, so let me put a poll on the interest with regards to the leases. Wengai, you can go ahead, sir, while I launch the poll.
All right. So I just wanted to make a comment to say, when I saw that the finance list, I just
Yeah.
remembered you
Yeah.
teaching us the principle, and I just had a smile on my face,
Yeah.
even though I didn't attempt some of the things there. I know because
Yeah.
of time, I didn't actually went on to calculate depreciation on the right of use, and yeah, I know that it was because of time, not because I didn't know.
Right. Excellent. Excellent, Wengai. Thank you so much. You see, all of these responses, they really, really help me and they make me really, really happy. Okay, so I'm just waiting for a few more responses on the leases. I thought that this was quite an easy one. You know, even within IS1, that even though it wasn't specifically split into categories, this was a finance activity, basically. So yes, the interest accrued on the lease liability for the 10 months since inception under IFRS 18, where must it be presented? And it is the financing category. That's where the interest expense on borrowings go to. In terms of the the interest expense, what else do you remember of the interest expense? Did it have to be apportioned or not? Do you all remember? Anyone?
No, ma'am.
Yes, it had to be apportioned because your lease was not for the entire year. It was for only 10 months of the year, and therefore your lease had to be apportioned for 10 months of the year. And that was just another half a mark that you could have got as well. Okay. The next one is with regard, yes, Zuko Austin.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, I just wanted to ask
Yes,
the right of use assets, right?
yes,
So
yes,
in the paper, if I'm not mistaken, I think we also
yeah,
gave him the residual value.
yes, yeah,
So, and I think two, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken, there was one
yes,
by the lessor and the one by the lessee, I think.
yes,
So my question, or what I struggled with, was choosing between those two. Which one was I
yes.
going to use when calculating the depreciation for the depreciation for the ROU?
Okay. Zuko, can I ask if you have been to my test three preparation classes, if you don't mind me asking?
No, no, no.
Okay, okay, okay. So I have gone into a lot of detail with regards to the residual values, and I can actually see that certain students that did not attend that class, what they did was they took the present value of the lease liability and then they added the residual value, which is 100% incorrect. You're not allowed to do that. So Zuko, just going through that paper, and I'm just gonna project that paper on screen now for you to see it. But let me just quickly read it out to you. Okay. First I'm just gonna get the relevant page for the lease
Yeah,
liability.
no problem, ma'am. Because for me, but I
So
didn't.
yes,
Yeah, I didn't add the the residual value to the lease liability, no.
yeah,
But obviously you have to take the lease liability and then you add maybe a certain cost, maybe at commencement, like
yes.
initial
Initial
direct
direct
cost.
cost.
Yes, you have
Yes,
to add that and all those
yes,
costs. And then now was the part of now having to depreciate now.
yes,
So that's where I kind of had a challenge, which one to use. So I was
yes,
stuck between that
yes,
850,500 and
yes.
then also the 727,250.
Yes, so this 850 and the 727,250 cannot be used for the calculation of the depreciation. It cannot be used for calculation of depreciation. It's used in the present value of the lease liability. So it says here, as part of the lease agreement, Yacht guaranteed that the residual value at the end of 3 years would be 850,500, right? He guaranteed it. He made a promise. And then Machine Extra, who is the lessor in this particular lease agreement, estimated that in the market he would get 727,250. So this two residual values is basically amounts that you would need to be used to calculate the present value of the lease liability. in calculating the future value input. So when we are calculating the present value of the lease liability, from whose perspective are we calculating it, Zuko?
From the lessee's perspective.
From the lessee's perspective, 100% correct. And now you would think to yourself, okay, how much would the lessee need to pay at the end of the lease term? If the lessor will get 727,250 in the market, and if the lessee is promising that he's going to pay 850,500, how much will the lessee pay, Zuko?
I don't know. Well, from what I understand, okay,
Yes.
right. So basically, that 727,250 is the guaranteed. In this case, I'm not sure if it's the guaranteed. I think it's the guaranteed residual value, right? So as you have correctly, you did say that it's used in the present value calculation, and I think I did that because you have to look at the lessor, how much the lessor
Right.
says it's gonna be, and then you have to
Right.
to incorporate that. Now,
Right.
it's when now we have to come to depreciation now.
Yes.
I don't know, but
Remember,
most likely,
this is
uh,
not this doesn't deal anything. This is no effect on depreciation. Remember
okay,
that your starting point of the right of use of asset is the initial measurement of the lease liability, and
yes,
then you would add the initial direct costs. So you don't have anything to do with this in terms of your depreciation. The present value of the lease liability is calculating what does the lessee owe at the end of the day.
yeah,
And
the remaining
the
payments.
residual values basically come into play. Because remember that you mustn't confuse a residual value from IAS 16 with the residual value in terms of IFRS 16. They are two different residual values that you're working with.
Okay, okay.
Yes. So you
So
mustn't make, yes. So how
yes,
much?
so ma'am, sorry. Maybe in this case, so what was I supposed to do in calculating the depreciation for the ROU?
So what you're going to be doing is, remember, the first basis is the present value of the lease liability. So
Yes.
when you are calculating the present value of the lease liability, do you agree with me that your future value input would need to be computed? Do you agree with me on that?
Sorry, my what? My future value.
Yes. Do you agree with me that your future value input would need to be computed?
Okay, that's where I'm kind of lost because I thought this 727 was gonna be the future value. And then you have
Uh-uh.
to present value that.
The future value input will be the difference between the two. Why? Because the lessor will get 727,250 in the market, and the lessee has promised the 850,500. So because he made a promise, he has to stick to his promise. Do you agree with me according to law?
Yes, yes, yes.
So he made a promise of the 850,500. However, the market will be giving 727,250. So the lessor will basically take the difference of the two, and that will be the future value input. So if you look in here at the calculation of the future value input, right? This is the future value input. It is the difference between the 850,500 minus the 727,250, and that is the future value input.
Okay, no,
So
I do understand now.
then you're going to come to a present value, which is the present value of the lease liability. That is your basis. That is the starting point of your right of use of asset. Then you're going to take that lease liability and you're going to add any initial direct costs. And then you calculate depreciation based on that amount. Zuko,
Okay.
are you with
Yes,
me?
yes, yes, yes. I am following you. Thank you so much. No, I did get that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Zuko, for that. And I hope that other students benefited from that as well. Okay, let us go to the next one with regards to the IS2 inventory. How did you guys deal with the IS2 inventory? Fire damaged tires with a cost of 750,000 could still be sold for 700,000, with 25,303 of selling costs to be incurred. A student added the 25,330 selling costs to the cost of sales as an expense. Why is this incorrect? Can anyone calculate for me what would be the addition, or what would be the NRV write down? Based on the amounts that have been given? Okay, guys, I have half of the responses that I need. Can I please have more responses on this poll? I need about, approximately, 10 responses, please. Addition. Dennis?
Oh,
Oh, sorry. Somebody had their hand up and I cannot see because the ball is right there. Zuko?
yes, sorry, ma'am. Okay, so you wanted the inventory write down.
Yes, please. I want the Zuko. I want the inventory write down. Please, can you
Okay,
give me
so
the
we
write
would
down?
first need to calculate the NRV, which is the net realizable value, which is equals
100%.
to the estimated selling price,
Yes,
and then less the estimated cost to sell, and
100%.
also estimated cost to, I think, complete or completion. But there are there are two costs that you need to subtract. But in this case, I think the other one is not relevant. So we're only
Yes,
gonna deduct the cost to sell. So it's gonna
yes,
be 700,000
yes,
minus the 25 330, if I'm not mistaken.
yes,
And then we're
yes,
gonna
yes,
have an NRV of 670. And
right.
then we're gonna have to write down or bring down our cost of 750 to 670. And that will give
Yes,
us a difference of 75330. And that is what is going to have to be written down from our cost of sales as an inventory write-down
100%.
expense.
100%, Zuko, 100%. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thank you. Okay. Did everyone hear what Zuko said? Okay, thank you, Lunga. So in terms of this here, the fire damage tires with a cost of 750,000 could still be sold for 700,000 with 25,330 of selling costs to be incurred. A student added the 25,330 selling costs to the cost of sales as an expense. Why is this incorrect? Because IS2 requires inventory to be written down to the lower of cost and NRV. And that is the reason why we cannot just add the 25,330 to the cost. And I saw that many students did do that. Okay, let us go back to the slides. Okay, in terms of the legal fees that have been incurred, I'm going to then launch this poll as well. This was a common mistake that students again made in terms of the leases. Zuko, is the poll on your side, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just get an indication. I don't know which students are responding, but yeah, I just wanted to see if it is reflected on all of students' side. Thank you. Okay, I need about 6 more responses for it to be 60%, please. Dennis, do you want to give me an answer for this particular question?
Yes, ma'am. It should be
Yes.
the second, what you call this, option, which is
Yes.
initial direct costs incurred by leasing, negotiating and arranging a lease are added to the cost of the right of use asset under IFRS 16, not expensed immediately.
Immediately. 100% correct. 100% correct. Does everybody understand that? Lunga, Zuko, Wengai? Thank you. Another common error was the fact that students did not know how to deal with the incentive that Machine Extra paid on behalf of Yacht's legal fees. I need a few more responses, please. From the responses, it looks like majority of students really applied their knowledge. It looks like they do understand the concepts within the standard, and then I think to myself, okay, what exactly is going on? Samuel? Samuel? Wengai, would you like to give us the answer? Or Samuel? Wengai?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to give us the answer for this Machine Extra in terms of the legal fees?
Okay. I can try.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the answer should be D, which is to deduct from the cost of the right of use asset as a lease incentive. So only the
Yes.
net 4.8
Yes.
will increase the assets carrying amount.
100% correct. That's 100% correct. Thank you so much, Wengai. That is correct. Is there anyone that needs me to explain that, or are we covered?
Ma'am, good
Yes,
evening.
Romeo.
May you please explain that for me, please? Thank you.
No problem, no problem. Let us go to the slide here. So, I think it's the next one, right? So Machine Extra reimbursed 40% of the 8,000 Rand legal fees. How should this affect the right of use of asset? Now, you must remember that the right of use of asset is from whose perspective, Romeo? Is it from the lessee's perspective or the lessor's perspective? Romeo?
The right of, ma'am?
Yes, from whose perspective do we calculate the right of use of asset? From the lessee's perspective or the lessor's perspective?
The lessee.
100% correct.
Yes.
So do you agree with me that any initial direct costs that the lessee will basically pay on this asset needs to be capitalized to the asset? Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. So for example, if he paid the full, if Yacht paid the full 8,000 Rand of legal fees, do you agree with me that that full 8,000 would be capitalized?
Capitalized to the right of use asset, yes.
Yes, do you agree with me? So do you agree with me that if, for example, there's a portion that would be reimbursed, it's basically money, it's basically money back into my bank account, right? So because that money is being reimbursed, I'm not taking the full value of the 8,000 Rand, and therefore I would need to deduct the reimbursement that is coming into my bank account, and I would then need to deduct the amount of that in terms of whatever the cost was initially. So I'm not taking the full 8,000 Rand, but I'm taking 60% of the amount, which amounts to 4,800 Rand. And that amount will increase my right of use of assets.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
It's only a pleasure, Romeo. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's look at the next one with regards to the tax. The income tax expense for the year ended 30th of April 2026 was correctly calculated as 1,09,818 Rand after taking into account all the adjustments. A student spent 15 minutes attempting to reconstruct the current and the deferred tax computation to arrive at this figure for use in Part A. What is the correct response to the instruction? Remember, this again is part of exam technique. Mafanello, do you want to give me the answer to that poll? Mafanello?
I'm just quickly going through it, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ngozi?
I can volunteer answer, ma'am.
Sorry?
I can volunteer to answer.
Oh, yes, please, 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 please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please go ahead. Yes, what is the answer?
In the information, we were told that the figure we are given is the figure after taking into consideration all the adjustments that need to be done pertaining the information we're given. So that means
Yes.
they've already calculated the current text after doing whatever adjustments to the current text number that need to be done in concerning the information that we're given. So that
Yes.
was actually the final current text amount that needed to go to the statement. Therefore, we just needed to plug in that amount and then use the rest of the time to calculate other calculations that needed to be done in order to get as much marks as we can. So to free up time, we didn't need to calculate it again.
100% correct. Spot on. Spot on. That's correct. That is correct. I saw that some students again went to go and calculate the current tax, even though the current tax figure was given. So spot on, Ngozi. Excellent. Let us go to the next one. And I think this is something again that students struggled with. This is something that is actually taught in third year, if I'm not mistaken, right? Offense, is it shown on your screen? Semania?
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, and you?
Good, thank you.
Is it showing on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You want me
Thank
to
you.
answer this one? Oh my God. I wanted to
I
answer
would
the
like
previous
you.
one.
I would like you to answer this question. I would really like you to answer this question, but I just want to give the students a little bit more time to
Oh, it's
to
fine. It's
just
fine.
yeah.
I'll come
But
back. I'll
thank
come
you.
back.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you so much for volunteering, Semenya.
Oh.
Okay, Semenya, I think you can come through and you can help us to determine what the correct response is in this regard.
Okay, I'm gonna take a guess, ne? Okay, it's not a guess.
Okay.
I'm thinking number 2 is correct. The way I know you should only reduce residual value once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you saying it's B?
Yeah, I think it's B.
Okay, perfect. That's 100% correct. Thank you so much for volunteering, and you got the correct answer.
Thank
The
you.
residual value is only used once as an input into the depreciation. So you basically take your cost less your residual value divided by your useful life. Some students, they took the amount and they took the cost minus the residual value divided by useful life. And then when they calculated the carrying amount, they took again the cost minus residual value. That is 100% incorrect. Students should not be doing that. Okay. So now let's move on to the critical evaluation part. But there's something that I would like to share with you all with regards to that. Okay. This is going to help you in terms of your exam technique. Remember that when you are looking at a particular question, okay, which says critically review Okay, why is this pen again working? Critically review the deferred tax calculation and discuss. So that's number one. And discuss only the concerns that you may have relating to the calculation of any tax base and the deferred tax calculation prepared by the accountant. Please note, for any concerns you identify, provide the correct accounting treatment as appropriate. Also discuss any omission from the deferred tax calculation and include calculations where appropriate. Now, this year, this required needs to be read 3 times. And can I tell you why it needs to be read 3 times? Because I saw that while I'm busy marking, that students are still not understanding the question. We had really not so good marks coming from this part B, guys. Students are not really understanding what to do when it comes to a critically review question. And that's why I've decided to go a little bit more in depth with regards to explaining or basically breaking down your required. Now, the first part of reading the required is that you need to read the required at least 3 times, okay? Before you write down a single word. As I said, while I was busy reading it, you need to break it down into the components in order to be able to understand what is required of you as a student to be able to write down the correct solution. Okay, you have to be able to understand what is required of you to be able to get the maximum marks that is available to you. Okay, so when we talk about critically review any, it can be critically review journals, critically review a note. You have to understand what exactly is it. It's basically an evaluation. You're not describing it, right? You're basically looking at someone else's work and you are criticizing it. It's like, for example, I give you one of your fellow students' papers and I say, look at this paper, critically evaluate this paper. Does it make sense? Is it in accordance with the standards, with the IFRS standards? Okay. Then the second part that is broken down is discuss only the concerns that you may have, right? Only the concerns. That is very, very important because students had, one student had 1 page on building 1, where, for example, there was absolutely nothing wrong with building 1. And then the student concluded that there's nothing wrong in terms of the calculation of the deferred tax on building 1. But then that was so much of time taken away, where, for example, the student could have gone on to discuss investment property, could have gone on to discuss the lease liability, could have gone on to discuss the right of use of asset. Okay. Number 3. Now, remember, we are breaking down the required related to the calculation of any tax base and the deferred tax calculation. Remember, we are talking about 2 separate things here. You need to discuss the tax base and the deferred tax calculation. A lot of students went on to discuss carrying amounts. But why did you discuss carrying amounts when, for example, the tax base was asked and the deferred tax calculation was asked in terms of what percentage of deferred tax calculation was implemented or used? For any concerns, you need to identify, provide the accounting treatment. It means that I don't just discuss to say for investment property, the tax base is omitted, and I stop there and I think I'm going to get 10 marks for that. No, you need to go on. You need to be able to give me points or factors for me to be able to ascertain if your knowledge on deferred tax is sound. Okay. Also discuss any omission from the deferred tax calculation. That's a very, very big, I would say, giveaway. Why? Because they are telling you that any omissions, and then you know in your mind, okay, so there is omissions that I need to look out for. And then you look at the calculation or you look at the journals and you say to yourself, okay, what exactly has been omitted from this particular calculation? What is missing from this calculation? And include calculations where appropriate. Now, this again is important because sometimes I could tell you that calculations are not even required. So this is where time management comes into play, firstly. And the other thing is that you need to be able to read, to understand what is required and when is it required. Okay? Now remember that this is not only one required. Within the required, there is certain things that you need to be able to apply. There is certain things that you need to be able to do in order to be able to pass this question. It's not just one tick box exercise and you present and you disclose and that's it. No. You have to understand that when it comes to theory questions, that there will be certain components, one or more. I always say one or more that you would need to look at. So this is, for example, is 4 components. First, you need to identify what is wrong. Then you need to explain why is it wrong in terms of the standards. Then you need to state, okay, how can I give the correct accounting treatment in terms of what happened, of what the AI tool did wrong, okay, or whether the accountant, for example, did something wrong. Okay, and then you need to show how did you come to the correct number. Do you feel that this maybe assisted you in understanding when it comes to critically evaluate what is actually required of you? Wengai? Thank you, Ngozi. Thank you, Romeo, Dennis, Wengai. Okay, so when it came to this critically evaluate, thank you, Fancy. When it came to critically evaluating this part B, did you guys freeze? What exactly happened in part B, guys? I was not seeing good marks in part B, and I thought you guys were gonna whack this part B. Zuko, please go ahead, sir.
Just on my side, for me, yeah, it was the last question I did. So
Right.
obviously, how nicely you just broken it down in the exam. I promise you, I just saw
Yeah.
one question. So,
Yes.
and I just couldn't have enough time to actually go in detail or analyze that required as you have just did. So I was running out of
Yes.
time and I missed a lot of things. Yeah.
Okay. So can you agree with me, Zuko, that when it comes to a theory question, that the first most important thing is to be able to read and understand what you're reading, and then trying to get a notion or an idea of what is actually required of you. So it's not
Yes.
just reading it once and saying, okay, so I think I need to do this. It's actually planning your answer. Do you agree? Or do you agree with what I'm saying in terms of planning, Zuko?
Yes, I 100% do agree because as you've just
Okay.
said now that
Yes.
if you didn't read the required
Yes.
properly,
Yes.
you will then maybe say anything about the carrying amount, whereas the questions specifically ask you to look at the text base and the deferred tax calculation. So you will then go and analyze the carrying amount, whereas that's not what the required actually wants from you. So you need to read the required and then understand the required so that you can respond or give points that are actually relevant that will actually have marks.
Yes, exactly. So do you agree with me, Samuel? And then Wengai, I do acknowledge your hands, and then I will let you go. But Zuko, just coming back to what you say now, do you think that this year that I've provided to you, that you can use it as some type of a guide or some type of a framework when you are actually engaging with a theory question? Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, I 100% do agree, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Austin. Thank you. Samuel, sir, you can go ahead and then Wengai in that order, please.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify. Many
Yes.
of us actually ran out of time on this test, right? Because the part
Yes.
A was really long for us to calculate. So
Yes.
for this kind of theory questions for the next
Yes.
coming test and exams, do
Yes.
you want us to start with the theory question first or the calculation test question first?
I can tell you that, Samuel, within part A, right? I saw a lot of free marks. In terms of free marks, I would say, for example, your admin costs, your distribution costs, your revenue that was given, your cost of sales that was given. I can tell you that from my marking, that students that started with B got a lower mark than students that started with A, because there was a lot of free marks in part A, where students actually, it helped them to be able to make that pass mark, to be able to make that 50. So I hear where you're coming from, and I don't want you to be able to go to that route unless you feel comfortable to say that I am okay with theory questions. I like theory questions. Any theory question that is given to me, I can break it down simply and I can then attempt it. But it does also depend on different theory questions. Sometimes the theory questions can be easier than, for example, doing a presentation, because sometimes in that presentation and disclosure, we can ask you some very intricate calculations. So there's no hard and fast rule when it comes to that. But what I can do is, what I can guide you in terms of theory questions is that the most important thing is reading. The most important thing is understanding you're required. The most important thing is reading it 3 times, right? And the most important thing, as I mentioned to Zuka and as I mentioned to all of the other students, is planning your answer is the most important. And I use this in my CTA year. I use it in my CTA year. So I hope that answers your question, Samuel.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. Because what I actually heard from the text lecturer previously in his
Yes.
lecture was the
Yes.
most of students actually get the more marks on the calculation questions than the theory questions. So
Yes.
I actually strategically I actually took out the part B because since it was a question on the theory
Yes.
question. So I
Yes.
actually tried to try my best to finish part A first so I can actually
Yes.
take part on the part question B side.
Yes. Yes. So remember that tax and accounting is different modules, right? It's different modules. Remember, with taxation, you have a lot of in terms of their calculations, it can be really easy calculations, right? Sometimes in accounting, if for example we ask you for example, I ask you a note on the right of use of asset. At the end of that note, you would need to have calculated a carrying amount for the right of use of asset. Sometimes I could be so intricate in order to be able to get that final amount that maybe a theory question could be easier. So do you understand where I'm coming from?
Oh,
That
so it's a little bit different.
exactly, it is a little bit different. So I don't want you to use sometimes the same techniques for tax to be able to implement it in accounting as well. I just want you to be wary of that, right?
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am.
It's only a pleasure. Wengai, you can go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Just a comment. I heard you saying that us students, we got some table marks from part B. So I'm just a bit concerned because I'm one of the students who started with part B.
Yeah.
And the reason why I started with part B is because it had few marks, so I just allocated my time so that I finish it on time. Then I went on to part A, where I was just actually hunting for those free marks that you were telling us.
Yes.
So
Wengai,
yeah,
I don't want you to worry. I don't want you to worry. That's not the reason why I mentioned that. So it was basically or merely from an exam technique point. Remember that it could be possible that there's a lot of students that started with part B and then they still got like very good marks. So it's not a generalization. It's just basically it's just a guide from what I've experienced. And I can't say it for all of the students. I could only take it as a sample of students that I have marked. So,
Okay.
so please don't let it be a case of concern or worry for you in that regard. I think that if you did try your best on test 3, I think that you could still get a good mark. So don't worry about that. I think still wait for your marks, Wengai, and please don't let that be a case of concern or worry for you.
All right. No, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So in terms of what I just mentioned now, I'd like to get a response on the next poll, please. Is there anybody that would like to volunteer to answer this question? I can't see hands. Is there anybody that would like to volunteer? Can I then ask Offense?
I had a feeling you were gonna pick me. I think I'll go with number no, is it the one that says only a fraction? A full answer needs identification of the specific error, the wrong
Yes.
tax rate applied, the accounting
Yes.
tax principle that explains why it
Yes.
is wrong,
Yes.
and the CGT inclusion rate applying because recovery is through sale and not through use. Yeah.
100% correct. You are 100% correct. Yes, that's correct. Thank you so much for that, Offense. Is there anybody that wants a explanation on that? Okay, I think we're good then on that side. It's something that I have discussed now as well. Yes, Samuel?
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask for this IS 12.51B. Does it specifically need to state that's the case?
I'm sorry, does it specifically state what?
Do we specifically need to state the, how can I say it, the section of IAS or the IFRS?
Look, I wouldn't want the paragraph number in order for you to be able to get that mark. I just want the principle and I want it to be able to be from the standard. But remember that whenever you are quoting a principle from a standard, it would be technically correct to be able to use the words from the standard, and then you would only get those words from the certain paragraphs that you would refer to, if you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yes.
So basically, then you would then be able to give me that paragraph number from that applicable standard. But if you, for example, decide to omit the paragraph number, I'm still happy to give you the mark for it.
So only the paragraph number is also sufficient enough.
The paragraph number, but most importantly, it's the standard, right?
Standard. Okay,
Because
so you
that's
have
where
to
you're
mention
getting
it.
your principles from. Yes, that's where you're getting your
Okay, thank you,
principles
ma'am.
from. Okay, no problem, Samuel. Okay. The next one is the accountant's calculation showed a tax base of nil for the investment property, resulting in no deferred tax being recognized on it at all. What is the concern? I'm going to raise this poll as well. Do I have any volunteers for this question? Dennis, can I ask if you could assist with this question, Dennis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So
give me a minute, Dennis. Just
okay,
give the students a minute and then you can proceed, right?
no problem. Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, you can go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So it will be the second answer.
Yes.
We're saying, yeah, as Josh has not rebutted in terms of
Yes.
I-1251C, the presumption that investment property is recovered through sales. So the tax base is not nil. It's 1.3 million original cost in the amount deductible against the deemed sale proceeds. So deferred tax liability of 118 and 118,800 at the effective CGT should have been recognized.
100% correct. You spot on there, Dennis. Thank you
Thank
for
you, ma'am.
that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. Okay. Let us go to the next let's go to the next poll. Yes, Suko.
Okay, ma'am. You know, deferred tax, to be quite honest, you know, this is the reason why I actually had to finish with this to answer this question. The last one, it had to be the last question I answered because it's actually a challenge, you know, it requires one to think, really think.
Yes.
So
That's
with the
correct.
previous question, right? Can I
Yeah.
just please go back to the previous question, especially
Sorry, the previous one,
yeah.
okay. Let me because I think I just closed that poll. So let me go to the slide for you, right? Just so
Okay,
that
no
you could
problem.
look at the it's not this one. Is it this one? Yeah or no?
Yes, it is this one. Let me see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was this
this
one.
one.
It's B.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
my question is, okay, I do understand that if the presumption is not rebutted, right?
Right.
It means that we're going to apply the
CGT.
the CGT rate, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes,
Yes.
because it's not rebutted, so it means that it's going to be recovered through sale. Okay.
Right.
So my question is in this case, right? So the tax base will be the original cost, right? Of 1.3.
Right. Right.
And if that's the case, what's going to be the temporary differences if the carrying amount, I'm not sure what was the carrying amount.
The carrying amount. I think the carrying amount was stated as 1,850,000.
1,850.
Yes, 1,850,000. Yes.
Okay, so the excess would have been then, I don't know, 550.
Yes.
Okay. So just a moment, and then times 0.27, 0.6. Okay. But yeah, that's just my question is that so basically the tax is going to be based on the gain. So
Yes.
the fair value minus the cost.
Yes, that's correct. Remember that the fair value minus the cost is basically that's your
Yes.
CGT. That's your
Yes, that's
CGT
the
effect.
CGT.
Anything above your base cost that attracts CGT by SARS, right?
Okay, yeah. So this case, this is because also does will this have to change if the investment property maybe was held under the cost model, if it was
Yes,
depreciated?
yes. If it's held under the cost model, then there's not going to be any fair value adjustments. Then it's good.
Yeah.
It won't be at your CGT rate. It will be at your 100% times 27%. It's going to be at 100% times 27%, not
Okay,
80% times 27%.
okay. So if it was the cost under the cost model, the carrying
Yes.
amount would just be as the cost minus depreciation, and that's
Yes.
the carrying amount. And then we have to compare to the allowances that have not been granted as yet. That's going to be our tax base.
Yes, but remember then that would be exempt because like if you're not getting any tax allowances from SARS, then you're not going to have any deferred tax. If you don't get any allowances from SARS, there's no deferred tax on that. It's going to just be exempt.
Yes,
That's
yes, yes.
why, yeah, that's why there's only CGT above the cost, which is 1.3 million. Anything below, it's zero. It's basically nothing. It's exempt.
Okay, yeah, no, I get that, man. But I was just saying,
Yeah.
maybe let's say now it's under the cost model, and
Yes.
SARS obviously will have their own allowances,
Right.
right? Maybe let's say 20% each year. And then
Right.
on our side, the accountant maybe will have 20 years, I don't know. But yeah, that difference then. So the tax base in that case would be
Yes.
the allowances that have not been claimed as yet,
Yes.
or
Your
yeah,
tax base would be the allowances that will be claimed in the future.
in the
So
future. They will be
basically,
claimed in the future.
yes,
Okay,
exactly.
so
Claimed in
okay,
the
okay, no
future.
problem. Thank
Yes.
you. Because
Yes.
the standard, when you read the tax base of the assets, it kind of like
Right.
confuses. But yeah, I understand
Yeah,
now.
it does. It sometimes does. Like the words sometimes the words within the standard, it confuses you. So you actually have to go back to an example or an illustrative example to be like, what do they actually mean by this,
Yeah.
So yeah,
No,
I
thank you so
also
much.
do
Yeah.
experience that as well. Sorry, would you like to give me the answer? Okay, it would like to give me the answer of the poll that I just placed on the screen now. Hello. Fanelo. Yes, Lunga. Thank you. You came to the rescue, Lunga. Yes.
Okay, ma'am. So on this one, ma'am, I'll go with option
Yes.
number 2,
Okay,
which
perfect.
says
Yes.
the tax rate applied was incorrect. The
Yes.
effective 21.6% CGT rate
Yes.
should apply because land as a non-depreciable asset held under the revolution model is recovered through sale, not the flat 27% ordinary rate. The tax base
100%.
itself, 3.7 being cost,
Yes.
was correct.
100% correct, Lunga. Thank you so much for that, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Okay, the last one, guys. The last one. The accountant's deferred tax calculation did not mention the right of use of asset or the lease liability at all. What is the correct critical point to raise, and why do both need separate treatment even though they arise from the same lease? Anyone wants to volunteer to help me with this one? Yeah. Lunga, do you want to help us again?
Well, I'm actually currently going through the options, ma'am. Once
Okay,
I'm done.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Zuko? Are you volunteering?
Yes. So
Okay,
I'm going
just
to speak
yeah.
for the right of use assets only, though, not for the lease liability.
Okay, but please, just give Lunga just maybe a minute, please, just so that he
No
can go through
problem.
the options. Thank you, Suko.
Okay, ma'am, from what I'm seeing,
Okay.
I'll go with option number 2.
Option number 2. Okay, wait, just before you explain, Suko, what option would you like to go for, sir?
Yeah, I was gonna go for option number 2, but I was gonna only explain the right of use assets.
Okay, so I'm gonna give Lunga to maybe if you would like to discuss the lease liability, and then you go ahead to discuss the right of use of asset. Is that fine?
Yes, that's fine with me, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Lunga, would you like to discuss the lease liability portion? That is correct.
Okay, so the lease liability portion. Can I read
Yes.
the full answer, ma'am? Then I'll.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Both
Yeah.
were omitted entirely.
Mm.
A deferred tax liability arises on the right of use asset.
Right.
Carrying amount exists, but Joshua did not the legal owner, so the tax base is nil. While a deferred tax asset arises on the lease liability,
Yes.
and these two temporal differences must be assessed and disclosed separately, not netted off as a single lease balance. So with the
Right.
lease liability, the way we treat it in accounting differs
Yes.
from how the taxman treats it, because the taxman
Yes.
only considers the actual payments that we make, and they would give us a deduction on those payments. However, the way
Yes.
we do it, we take all the payments into consideration and for the entire lease period, and then get the average payment on that. So it will always differ in terms of how much we have deducted and how much the taxman has deducted as well.
Exactly, 100%. And because we're not the legal owner, we won't be able to get, for example, 12C based on the asset because it's not legally our asset.
Yes.
Thank you for that explanation, Lunga. Zuko, you can go ahead to explain the right of use of asset.
Yeah, I think it also goes to that fact that we do not have legal ownership of the asset itself. That's why we have to raise a right of use assets,
Right.
Which does have a carrying amount in our, as the accountant would actually have to raise a right of use assets to reflect the potential or the potential benefits, economic
Yes.
benefits associated with the usage of that asset. So we
Right.
do have that on our statement, or the accountant will raise that. But SARS, since we do not have legal ownership, they do not give us the allowances. So therefore,
Yes.
we will have a nil tax base, but accountant does have a carrying amount. So that difference, it gives rise to
Yes.
a deferred tax
Mhm. Yes, 100%.
liability. Yeah.
Very, very good. Excellent, Zuko. Thank you so much for that. And then just what is your thoughts on test 3? Now that you guys have looked at your tests, not looked at your script, but I mean, looking at the mistakes that were made collectively, how did you guys feel looking back at what you wrote for test 3? What kind of mistakes did you all make? Yes, Romeo.
Hi, ma'am. So
Hi.
one mistake that I did was not having sound knowledge of IFRS 18 because I thought it would, like the rest, somebody alluded to the fact that it's a new standard and it will be
Yeah.
slowly introduced to us. So I really lost marks there. But
Right.
I can also be very vulnerable and honest with you.
Yes, of course.
I was doing well I did well for test 1 and 2. However, I
Right.
had to manage the risk for the other modules as well. I wasn't doing too well in mag and tax, so I had to balance out. I was like, okay, I can't focus on SEC right now because either way, only 2 tests are gonna count. So let me put my focus elsewhere. So I'm really hoping that I passed mag, and it's not the fact it's just it was just a strategy and a game plan that I had to go through and just say that, hey, this is where I'm at now, this is the situation. It doesn't help passing FAG when I'm failing the others. So there's also those factors that you have to take into account as a student and as the lecturers as well, to notify you guys that there are modules that we do well in, and then there are modules that are quite challenging. So for me personally, preparing for test 3, I don't think it was adequate, and it wasn't up to par with test 1 and 2, only because I had to manage the risk of not doing well. Like, I was trying to save my year mark for modules that I did badly in.
Right, right. I understand. So you basically were strategic within your decision making then.
Yeah, so but I can't add now. There's no like I have to do well across all 4 for test 4 because test 4 does count. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, no, definitely. Look, thank you so much for your honesty, Romeo. And I think you know what you can do is you can always learn from this. I mean, you know, maybe your test 1 and test 2 results were like quite good. It could push you to get that to get a good mark for your entrance exam. And I think what you can do now is just look at your test 3, make a note of all of the things that, for example, remember that all of the whatever was assessed in test 3 can be assessed in test 4, can be assessed in your exam, can be assessed in your supplementary as well. So what I'm saying is try to take down note of all of the standards maybe, or the principles that you struggled with, and try to see, okay, from these principles that I struggle with, is there really a knowledge gap? And if there is a knowledge gap, you try to address it. Either it's a knowledge gap or it's an exam technique problem, right? If it's an exam technique problem, you'll be like, okay, so this is the way I'm going to deal with it. If it's a knowledge gap problem, you book a consultation with me and we try to get it sorted. So you need to pin down. What I'm trying to say is you need to pin down where you are going wrong in test 3, because it's going to help you to improve marks in test 4 as well as the upcoming examinations, right, Romeo?
Definitely, I do agree with you, and hence that's why I attended this debrief, to just really get pointers as to what did I do from my recollection. Where is it that I need to what parts do I need to focus on? So yeah, you're definitely right. So
And I
thank you
hope
very
it
much for
helped
the
you.
pointers. Yes, it
I
did.
really
It
hope
did. It also saves me time to go back and forth with this whole debrief. I'm just gonna go look at the notes, my principles that I'm getting wrong, and why is it wrong, and I'll just revise. I'll use this as revision as well.
Yes, no,
Unlike starting
definitely.
from 0, so I won't be starting
Exactly.
from 0 from scratch.
Yes, no,
Thank you
definitely.
so
Thank
much,
you so
man.
much, Romeo, for that feedback. If you guys can please just fill out the evaluation form for this particular debrief class. But I do want to say that there will be classes that Miss Van Morik will be giving tomorrow night as well as Thursday night as well. You will see me again on Friday night for the test 4 preparation class. I will just maybe send out a message on WhatsApp with regards to what question we would be going through for test 4 preparation classes. And yeah, thank you so much for such an interactive class. I'm sure, I know that you guys really did your best. Like in terms of test 3, I know that sometimes there could be strategies, for example, as Romeo has mentioned, that students decided to implement, because I mean, we got a very good pass rate for test 2, you know, so please, if you guys can just use this debrief as a guide in trying to pin down all of the either it's a knowledge gap or it's an exam technique gap. And then if you can pin that down, that will definitely help you going forward. Yes, Mbele?
Evening, ma'am. How are you?
Good things in you.
I'm well. I'd like to inquire for test 4 purposes. It's
Yes.
based on group statements, volume 2. Eh?
Yeah.
So I'd like to know, do we do chapter 16, which deals with changes in subsidiaries when you're dealing with issue of shares, and then buyback of shares as well, and then obtaining control through an agreement and loss of control?
Mbele, I'm really so sorry. I'm really not sure with regards to the consolidation part of it. I know that Ms. Van Morik will be able to assist you with that question in terms of the learning unit 5 and 6. So you are welcome to pop her email, or in class tomorrow, you can just ask her that question at the beginning of class. She would be able to respond to you accordingly.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, perfect. So I wish you guys all of the best. Please remember to just answer that evaluation form. I'll just put it in the chat as well. And yeah, I wish you guys all of the best. I know that you guys are going to do well for test 4. I can see that there was a lot of preparation. I can see that there was a lot of questions coming in with regards to test 4. There was a lot of consultations. So I do wish you guys all of the best. Thank you so much for such a good session tonight, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.